Okay, are we live? Alright, it looks like we're live. I think so. Oh, I haven't done this in a while. Hold on. Okay, it looks like this is working now. So, how's everybody doing? Haven't done one of these in a while. Thanks to anybody watching right now. I'm just trying to figure out how to do this again. Alright, so I guess I'll share this on Twitter and Facebook, maybe? Probably not. Okay, let me hide this. Cool. So yeah, this actually, what you're seeing right now, is not something from Diver. This is actually from another project I'm working on. And yeah, it looks weird at the moment. It's going to be a lion. It's supposed to be. I modeled the face the last couple days. It's actually a really big file. So let me close this. Start a new file. If you're curious what it's gonna look like it's look at that. Yeah. And wait, did it freeze? No. Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, it's meant to be like a sculpture in the actual project. This is not for Diver, but I might use this head maybe for alien character. Maybe a character can look like can sort of be like a type of lion alien creature or something. Delete that and delete this. Okay. Yeah, these are for any Blender people wondering. These lines they were hairs and then they were curves. This was the hair, and then I basically just turned it into curves. But yeah, that's for another project. But I might use this head for something. Let me save this. Okay. And for anyone wondering, my dog right now is in the room, and I may need to. He doesn't like being up here, so I may need to bring him back downstairs if he starts making noise. But we'll deal with that when we get to it. So yeah, basically I wanted to start working on a new character right now, and I figured since I'm doing it from scratch, it might be fun to do that on live stream while, you know, answering any questions anybody has or anything like that. Because starting things from scratch is it's fun, but it's also really boring sometimes. So it's always nice to you know, have someone to chat to. Hold on. So basically, I'm going to turn this cube into an alien head. Basically, that's what's going to happen. Hold on. Hold on a second. Okay, it looks like didn't make it not even 10 minutes, and I think my dog might be already kind of irritated that he's up here. Is he? Oh, never mind, never mind. He's good. So yeah, this might be a short stream, but we'll see. That was my dog. Not me. I promise. Okay. Alright, let's get started. First things first, I was actually doing a tutorial on sculpting earlier. Since even though I've been using Blender for a long time, I'm still not amazing at sculpting, so but I think I can handle it. I'm just gonna start by making a regular face and then we'll go from there. The character that I'm going for here is going to be an older woman alien character, basically. So that's something I've never done before, so should be interesting. Why is this? Wait, do I need to apply this? Yes, I do. Okay. Wait a minute. Alright, that looks good. I think I'm gonna go with 10. Gonna mess with the eyes now. Let's make them a little bigger. Turn the strength up. It is always weird making alien characters because they end up being stylized anyway, and so I tend to pay attention to like typography a lot, and try to make it anatomically correct, and then only to later just stylize it and make it look not human. So it's always a little strange. I'm just gonna say ADX. How's it going? ADXP7. Nothing much, just trying to make an old lady alien. Sorry if I'm typing like right into the mic. I have to. I'll get back to it in a second. Okay, let's bring this down here. Let's actually smooth this. I was actually doing a tutorial. I think I mentioned it, but I was doing a sculpting tutorial by a guy named. I should say his name. What was his name? Very Hot Shark. He had like a beginner's tutorial on sculpting, and I was doing that for help. But I'm actually gonna go a little off script here and kind of do my own thing a bit. He didn't really smooth like the whole face like this, but I think that's gonna help me a bit. Then we'll use clay for the nose. Let's see. This is all just very general right now. Actually, before we do the nose, let's indent this area a bit. Just deflate more. Subtract. Ooh, that's a lot. Might be too much. Let's deflate first, and then that's just the whole area. Now we'll use clay. Actually, let's grab this. Okay. Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna pull up my reference images for this character. So, hang on a second. It's basically just a bunch of images of sort of stylized and anime and cartoon, and some real images of kind of a stylized old lady. The character's name is going to be Ryula. It's Ryula. It's crazy because I wrote this character like in September. Oh, he's Sebulba. Are there any Star Wars fans? Sebulba from Star Wars, Episode 1. The alien villain character is also a reference. Oh, hey, Julie, I hope Julie Apple Freak. That's a great username. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I haven't posted. Let's see, I was actually meaning to post a new episode on Reddit as well, but like, I don't know. Reddit is an interesting place. Like every time I've posted on Reddit, anytime that I've gotten like a good response, it's often followed with like a lot of negativity in like in the comments. It's a strange thing, but I guess to me it almost feels like a very small example or microcosm example of like what success of any kind really ultimately is. It's like first initially people really like a thing, and then there's when people see other people liking it, then they turn against you. I mean ultimately it's a good thing. That's it's a start. But yeah, whenever that happens, I'm like, I wonder if this is how it actually will be if like Dead Star, or I mean, I was gonna say Dead Star, my other series. If Diver ever gets, you know, like more followers and stuff like that, I wonder, because I see that happening with like fan bases that I'm a part of and that I like Star Wars or like certain animes or whatever. Like once people start to really like it, then people come out and be like try to have like unpopular opinions, and some of it's genuine criticism. I'm not saying that anytime anyone says anything bad, it's like it's a reaction. I'm not saying that, but sometimes that does happen. But yeah, that's why I've been hesitant to share it to Reddit, but I probably will still do it. It helps. We got Julie. I'll just say Julie. Got Julie. I got many other subscribers from Reddit. So it's been 99.9% all positive. All right, right now I'm looking at my references. References don't really matter at this stage. I'm just trying to get the basic facial features to work, but I will need them soon. Like right now, I'm just trying to turn this into something that genuinely or generally resembles a face. And then once it looks kind of like a face, then we'll get to the actual features and the detail and all that stuff. Okay. All right. That looks all right now. Actually, surprisingly, sharing it to Facebook has been one of the biggest helps. I mean, Reddit's helped a lot too. I got a couple hundred subscribers from sharing it there, but Facebook has been like it's been very, like, really helpful, weirdly, and I never really thought it would, because when I used to share my older stuff, granted it wasn't as polished as my newer work, but like I got kind of lukewarm responses. Also, it was my fault because I didn't know how to share things properly. And so I just figured, like, oh, I never really got any big responses or a lot of likes on Facebook, so this probably isn't a good tool. That's why I thought before, and then sharing Diver, when I shared it the first time, I think like in October or something like that, or whenever, I got like a lot of likes, and in groups that were like anime groups that are like black nerds, black anime fans and stuff like that. I gotten like a lot of amazing positivity. So that was really just nice, encouraging. Cause it's hard to know where. It's hard to know where to post it. Okay, I'm gonna get back to it, I promise. I have to check. Check something. Hang on, guys. Sorry. Keep keep like starting and stopping. I also just realized that this is my first. It's June. This is my first live stream of this year. Life's been kind of crazy, so I haven't really been able to do as many live streams anymore. But hopefully for episode 3, which this what I'm working on right now is for episode 3. Hopefully, I can do more live streams if you guys want to see more of that. I'm trying to think of other content to put out, like in between the episodes. Also, if there's any content like behind the scenes stuff, I've been thinking about doing like behind the scenes stuff, just videos instead of live streams, and I've been thinking about different ideas and doing like character profile videos that kind of just do like a rundown on the you know the 3 or 4 main characters. I'm thinking about doing that, and so I've been thinking about different ideas. But if you guys have anything you guys want to see, just let me know. Okay, sorry about that. I was messaging somebody for a work thing, but now it's completely, now it's wrapped up. Now I can just focus on this. Sorry about that. I really hope your serious games weren't down. Oh, thank you. Really, it's hard for artists to find that fame. So yeah, it's hard. Yeah, it's definitely difficult. Just not even just fame, but just like a core audience, or just just trying to reach people that might be interested in this kind of thing is even weirdly that's even hard now. Because like you said, like the internet, it's weirdly a bigger place than it was, because I remember when YouTube like first started, and like everyone, it was almost like everyone had like an equal shot at like an audience kind of thing. And now it feels like that's not the case anymore. So yeah, but yeah, I appreciate that. It's just that's what I'm trying to do. Just trying to just trying to find the people who who like might be interested in it, and just to share it and be like, hey, what do you guys think? But yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Because it's like everyone's like so scattered now. It's like there's like, or not even that, but many people who might like or like the main audience for like an original animation like this might be mostly like anime fans, and they can't really post to anime places because it's not official anime. And so like I've tried to go to the anime subreddit, and where a lot of anime fans are, and to other places, but it's like they're like actually the moderator there was pretty nice. Like he was like, this looks really good, but like can't really have this post here because it's not anime. It's kind of like, even though people here would be interested in this, literally like I got a really nice response from like pretty much everybody when I posted it, but it's still like they're still like, sorry, but it's just not like relevant to this. And so it's like it's difficult. But it's been it's been nice though. Still the few people I have been able to reach so far, it's been really positive and stuff. So glad you're getting success. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's Facebook. It's surprisingly, Facebook groups surprisingly have been really supportive and everything. Specifically, like black, it's Facebook group like black anime fans, black artists and stuff. Like they've been those kind of groups have been really nice, and which I didn't, even though the main characters, it was always kind of my plan to have them be two black people. I never really was thinking like this is gonna be I was kind of always hoping, I was thinking like it would be really cool if other black anime fans or animation fans were interested in this the way that I would be if I saw the show, cause that's all I try to do, is just try to do what I would want to watch. So I was just thinking like I would watch a show like a show like this, and so, but I never, you don't know, you just like you don't know if people are just gonna be like, oh yeah, cool, thumbs up and then move on, or they'll be like, nah, it's lame or whatever, and then like you just don't know. So like when you're doing it, you just it's impossible to know. So it's like so that's been really it's been really cool just to see the support because it's like I just because at the end of the day all you can do is just like oh I just make the best film I can or something the just make what I would like if I saw this pop up in my internet feed or my YouTube feed and what would I want to see and then you just kind of put it out there. So yeah, it's been a process. It's definitely been it's been some ups and downs. The hard part right now is that is that it's the views and stuff will just go up and down depending on whether or how many times I share it. So it's like if I run out of place to share it, kind of like what's happening now or whatever, the views just kind of stop. And I'm like, man, like it's like I feel like if I had a place, had an outlet, like it could just grow. It could just continue to grow instead of having to just like to have it grow anytime I'm able to share it. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't. Hopefully, I'm not, complaining because I'm thankful to anyone who just enjoys it. But also, it's kind of like it's hard to know like where and when and how to make it progress and where to share it and where not to. Because it's kind of its own thing, and so there's not just like a place where here's this giant outlet for independent animation where everyone will come will give it at least a view and a shot. It's not really a place like that, so yeah, it's tough. But yeah, anyway, that's enough complaining. Alright, so now we're gonna make the lips. In case I was wondering, I really have never really done this before. Like I've never made a character like this. I've always either just modeled it like with faces and used like a general reference photo for the side and the front and then just kind of modeled it from there. Or I've used an older character I've made and then just kind of built off of that. I've never really sculpted a character from scratch, so I'm kind of in uncharted territory right now. So bear with me. Why do I feel like the nose is too big? this guy was supposed to be a girl, but right now it looks like a guy. This guy is not. He's kind of ugly right now. We gotta. Okay, I shouldn't be doing that. All right. Let's define the lips more. Let's crease this more. Okay, wait. I gotta move back. Nope, that's not really. That's not what I want to do. That mouth is hilarious. That's amazing. I think maybe let's smooth this down. Okay. Hey, Keelan. Thank you. I mean, that's very generous of you. Because right now it looks it's looking a little rough, but it's coming together. Actually, that's a little better. Smooth this out. Okay. Alright. It actually looks like a face. Looking more and more like a face. Alright, I need to look at this tutorial. I'm helpless, especially with the ears. Okay, so do this next. In case anyone's wondering whether, because I think my brother asked me this, or somebody asked me a couple of weeks ago or something, whether I still do tutorials. It's like, yeah, like, yeah, I'm not an expert by any means. Like, I still, because like, there are things that like I'm pretty good at, like I'm good at, and I spend a lot of time doing, but there's so many different aspects of Blender and so many different ways to go about doing things. Like I'm good at my way of creating characters, which I've been doing for a while, which is basically modifying old characters I made and kind of building off it. But like creating characters from scratch like this is still not like kind of like my process. So I'm still kind of like I did it in episode 2 as well with the Go-Go's, the little green aliens. Like I created them from scratch as well, and like it's still something that like I'm okay at. I'm pretty good, but like there's still a lot of stuff. Like an example would be like their stretchy arms, like in episode 2 of the Go-Go's. For anyone, if anyone remembers, the green aliens, they're called the Go-Go's. They have stretchy arms. I had no clue like how to do that. Like I've never done Blender for years, but I've never had to stretch anything. I never had a character like stretched any limb or something, so I had to learn how to do that. And I had to kind of like learn it myself mostly, uh, and so that was difficult. Working on something. Oh, that's awesome. What are you working on? Do you have any tips for speeding up rendering? No. I actually, my rendering times were terrible too. It's only recently that you know. Well, I'll say first, you know, the best tip is to get a good a computer with some good RAM that can you know, a good graphics card, and a good, you know, a bunch of different technical things that can help the computer actually render it faster. But like, and also it helps to know how to. Wait, I just realized I haven't saved this. Hold on. Maybe I'll save it after. But yeah, it helps obviously to have the tech, but workflow wise, I'm not sure what program you're working in, but like it helps to know how to work like cleanly and not work with unnecessary amounts of detail, which actually I was just doing yesterday. Which I was trying to actually, for anyone who saw the beginning of the stream, you saw the lion that I was working on, and I was, I mean, I know better, but I was still trying to do too much detail anyway because I thought it'd look better, and but I know, you know, my specifications, and how to. I know that like I'm going to remove a lot of the polygons after, but yeah, knowing like what takes up too much computer memory and knowing how to work within that is really important too. You know, like a good computer is one thing, but it's another thing to know that like not just, you know, like if you're making a hang on, let me do like an example, I guess. If you're like making a house, you know, and the house is going to be textured, then you don't need to have like 1,000. If you're doing 3D work, I'm not sure what work you're doing, but if you're doing 3D work, you don't need to have like have a mesh that's you know, that's this has this much polygons in it, and because if it's going to be textured, now let me do that just to show you. Like this is way, if you're just making a simple house, for example, this would be way too high res, because if it's just a flat house, you can just add a texture to it, and you could just do like a regular, you could do regular you know, cube, and then just like, this is just it's a very simple example, obviously, but like, I feel like that's just one example. It's like if you're gonna paint a texture on something anyway, then it doesn't need to be that high res, because it's gonna be textured, so it just needs to be generally smooth and you know, and simple, because, and it also, if there's anything off screen, you know, that is not going to be seen by anybody, then you don't need to add detail to it. You don't need to you need to waste space by doing things like that. Those are just like examples that are meant to be, you know, that are just meant to kind of illustrate the principle of like saving space and saving time. Like you should know how to do that, given your workflow, or you know, whatever program you're working in. You should know like what things take up too much memory, and what's going to be worth it to take up a lot of memory, and what isn't, and all that jazz. Yeah, that's my very general, very probably not very useful advice, but to actually make this. But actually, for this new episode and for my work going forward, I'll probably be using this online site that's like a render farm that kind of lets you render on their system or whatever. So I might be using that just from now on. I used it for the last scene, or a lot of the last scene of the previous episode, and it rendered my my shots way faster than I ever could on my computer. But it does cost money though, so. But luckily, my family member of mine, like got it for me, or got me like a month of it for my birthday. So I didn't have to spend it because I don't have the money to pay for that every month. That's kind of why I never used like a render farm, because it's costly. But since someone else is paying for it, as a gift, it was it was very, very helpful. Now I'm just messing around. Oops. Yeah, well, smaller resolution, that that doesn't really work for me because it's like, well, unless you mean like, if you mean like eight smaller than HD or something like that, it doesn't really work for me because it has to be, everything has to be kind of rendered in the same high quality and same, like, 100% quality in terms of Blender. But taking resolution out of things that don't need it, like models and things like that, helps. How much the render farm that I've been using? I think you can do per project if you're not someone who's like who needs to render something like every day, or like I do, or every couple days or whatever like that. Then maybe you could do like every render, and I think it depends on how long it is, how many seconds or something like that. But the plan I did was like monthly, and I mean, I say I did. My brother paid for it, but he pays for it as like a gift, and it was monthly for $50. I forget. I think this site's called Render Street, and yeah. So that's the thing. It's like if it was just me, like I don't even know if I could just pay for that $50 a month, which is why I haven't used that since. I mean, I haven't used that so far, like on my projects prior. But again, it's probably why it's to recommend it. Probably not something most people can afford, because I can't even really afford it. But yeah. But if it's like if you only need it like every once in a while or something like that, I'd recommend doing per project or per shot, or if you're doing animation, per shot, or if you're doing just still render, then just per that. But if you need to, if you're doing like for Diver, once I start rendering the episode, it's like every day I have to have something to render. And so like per project wouldn't really work for me, but you know. It's funny. I was following along to a tutorial. Now I'm just doing just random stuff. I should probably look at the tutorial again. Okay, so how do we do the ear? My dog is being surprisingly quiet. Hope it stays that way. He's just sleeping like a good boy. But I don't even want to say his name because then he's gonna be like, what, and then he's gonna wake back up. But he really does not like being in my room. I think because my room's small. But right now he doesn't care. Alright, so now we're gonna do the ears. How do we do that? Oh, okay, so in this tutorial it looks like they're doing the neck before the ears. Okay. Gotcha. So yeah, in case anyone missed it before, I'm going to be just making a regular, just kind of generic head right now. So I'm doing kind of winging it, but kind of should be following a tutorial, but I'm kind of winging it. And then once the head, just the general head is done, then I'm going to make the character's actual face and features. Whoops. In the meantime, if anyone has any questions about the show, about life, well, I probably won't be able to help you with questions about life, to be honest. This is just horrible. Look at his neck. Look at this. Oh, good lord. Okay. It's just rough right now, right? Eon Glitch. Use basically any Blender that's not 2.8, because 2.8 doesn't work on my computer, because I have an old computer. I need a new one. But yeah, I use this is 2.78, and I use 2.75. That's about it. Also, 2.8 doesn't have the Blender render engine. That's where I render that's how I render the show. That's how I render in the style. And actually, I don't get that much. I get, what program do you make the show in? I get that every day. I mean, not every day, but every time I post the show anywhere, and people are very nice to like it. And so people only ask that because they're interested. So I'm happy that people care and ask anything, but still, it's every single time, and it'll be the same comment section where I've already answered the question. And I'm I just scroll up, it's right there. But again, It's like it's a very amazing, nice problem to have that people actually, are interested. Because, definitely been there where, you have a project and people could not care less. If anyone's been following my work for a while, they know. My first project, Dead Star, yeah, didn't really have the interest, which it was fair because it was definitely a work in progress. But I've definitely been there where it's like I just had, I'd be thankful for any kind of question or any interest. And now I don't know how many of you guys follow me on Twitter or excuse me or Facebook, but Diver won its first award. This is an award-winning series, guys. I submitted it to a film festival called the Monthly Film Festival, and it won Best Animation, which was amazing. And it's also funny that if anyone comes from that tweet that just sees this, like award-winning series Diver, and then they cut to me like barely like, how do you make this neck? They're like, this guy won an award. Like, but I'd be like, hey, I'm not used to sculpting, alright. But yeah, it was really cool, really cool to win. Dead Star did win. I think it won a couple awards in the years that I was doing it, but not this quickly. Like maybe one award like 5 years or so after I started it. So this has been and definitely the first episode didn't win any. So it was really cool to win. Like I submitted the first episode, and so it's really cool to win for that. You know, just anyone who I'm gonna be honest, I'm like a sucker for anybody who just enjoys the show. I'm like, really? Like it's just I'm just like, because I don't know, I just felt like I was working on the show for so long, not have or the first episode specifically, like not knowing what any of this was ever gonna be, because it was like a first. I don't know. It felt like doing my first project for a long time since I did do a project called Karia, but like I don't know. This felt like when I was doing the first episode of this, it just felt like this is like the first thing I really started, like from, even though I did start Karia too, but it felt like my first like official thing since I did Dead Star. But yeah, I don't know. I'm rambling right now. Just got into Dead Star. Oh, thank you. Nice. Oh, thank you, Ion. Yeah, it's winning anything it's crazy. It's like, especially because also because my voice, I voiced Zeke, so it's like it's also weird to think that like I just voiced the character like right here, like in my bedroom, and for that to turn into like an actual performance, that is now like award winning, or the performance is award winning, but I mean like the episode, it's just like it's kind of surreal, it's kind of crazy, but yeah, try not to think about it too much, or But yeah, Dead Star was is something that I that I'm really proud of how it turned out. But it was like, but it is one of the main reasons I started something new was because I wanted to have something that like was, in my view, like good from the very beginning. And Dead Star was kind of, it was just getting, as much as the animation was getting better and I was improving and stuff, it was just getting kind of like more difficult and more uh, yeah, I guess difficult's the word, to try to like pitch or like, you know, promote a series that from the first episode is kind of the weakest, you know what I mean, since I was still like, so I was still learning and I was literally still a student, uh, even though I still kind of feel like a student. I mean, everyone's technically a student, but but yeah, it was like, it was just something I felt like I just want to start something really like from scratch. And the difference between this and my and the other series I tried to start, which was Cario, was that Cario was something that didn't feel like, it felt like it was a bigger idea than I was able to do like on my own, and that I didn't really want to do something that big like on a small scale, even though cut to like a year later when I did Diver, and then Diver ended up being like a much bigger project and has a lot more characters than I ever planned. So maybe I should have just kept at that, but yeah, I just felt like, that's why I felt like that's why I felt like I just didn't know what Diver was going to be when I was in the first episode, because I felt like like I've never done anything this big before, with this much animation, like in just one episode. There's like, you know, there's like multiple characters giving like performances that are like longer than 10 seconds and things, and I was just coming up with all these ideas. I'm like what if this is all in one shot? It's like this, but this shot's like a minute. It's like, yeah, but like wouldn't it be cool? It's like I just kept telling myself that, and yeah, so it just kept getting bigger and bigger. So while I was doing it, I'm like, I don't know, like if this is gonna be worth it. But yeah, looks like it's worked out so far though. I'm just rambling right now. Okay. I need to make this. If you guys catch me rambling, just, you know, cut me off. Ask a question or something, or anything. Ask what I had for breakfast. And then, no, it's just stop. Hey, quick! What'd you have for breakfast? Nah, don't do that. But yeah, exactly. Keelan. Yeah, that's something that I feel like. I mean, I feel like I know my limits now, which I mean that's the reason why I wanted to start a new project in general, was because with Dead Star I felt like I was still figuring out you know, what I could do and what I couldn't, and so getting to the end of that project, I feel like, oh, I know exactly kind of what I can do now. You know, um, I know that if I'm not lazy, I can do a lot. I can, you know, actually have a series and stuff like that, and that has good animation, blah blah blah. And so I kind of knew that. This is gonna sound super arrogant, but I knew that like what I would do next would be at least good in my eyes, and like, and so I felt like, okay, well, what do I want to do with that information? Like, I felt like, okay, well, I can start something from scratch that's good now, you know, good in my eyes, not, you know, and that was kind of the biggest part about it, was like, well, how much, you know, can you like, yes, you're better at animation now than you were and stuff like that, but how much is too much, and kind of knowing your limitations is always a good thing. Especially that's probably the biggest thing in if you're doing something independent, because you really can't you can't like try to mimic an official production. You have to focus on. That's like the biggest thing that I see so many people do, that I'm like, no, 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 like don't try to, like when I see independent films that are on like a tiny budget, it's like, no, don't like rely too much on special effects or something, or CGI. It's like you don't have that luxury. And also, people don't really care about that. So you got to stick to what's gonna keep people engaged only. Like you got to only do that, and then if you can afford to do maybe some cool special effects, that's then cool. Like but make sure you have make sure. And this is just an example, but make sure you have like like your foundation there. Like the foundation. No one should be, if you're a project with like a $10,000, $20,000 budget or something, people shouldn't be coming to your thing for special effects that look as good as Hollywood. And you shouldn't even put that in people's heads. Like I see that I always, and that's just something I think about on all the levels of making it. It's something that I started to think about after doing Dead Stars. That like it's got to be, you gotta kind of set parameters for like what's important, and what's important to have people interested in the story, and and make sure that like what you can do, not easily, but what you can do, a lot, like what you can do continuously for as a serial series, is the thing that people are coming to the series for. Like and hopefully, and it could be anything, but like if it's a series, it probably should be like character. It probably should be story, character, just simple things. And but that's not a it doesn't have to be. If it doesn't have to not be special effects. I'm not saying that, but it's just, I see a lot of people try to reach outside their means a lot, and I always feel like don't do that, like because then you're almost like false advertising a bit. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Well, you'll definitely get, you definitely do both. You'll definitely get overwhelmed, and then that'll just make you not lose your passion for, not lose your passion, but like you'll lose your passion for like that iteration of it. If it's a story that you just love, then you'll just be like, okay, well maybe I can tell this a different way. But like you'll yeah, you'll just end up being like, this is too tiring. This isn't worth it. And I've hit that a lot. It's not like that never happens to me, but it's you gotta know your battles before you get in, and that's honestly that's probably my biggest probably the biggest challenge of doing a series like this is, like, I mean, when you're doing the first episode, I mean that's already happened for me, but like when you're doing the first episode, it's like it's the hardest. I'll say this. I feel like I can say this without even hesitation. I think it's the hardest thing to do in entertainment, is to make a first episode of something, whether it's like a TV show or a movie. Like the first chapter of something is so difficult, especially if you have a lot planned. Like if you just have one thing planned, you're like, oh, maybe we'll make more after this, and that's probably easy. But if you have like a whole story plan, doing like the first one is almost like an impossible task, because it's like you're not just making a movie, you're creating like a language that you then have to stick to for the rest of, like, if the next episode Diver it's just one character out in the middle of a blank field. People will be like, "What the fuck is that? What's happening?" You know. And so there's a language that's created now that there's multiple characters, that it's shot certain the way that it's shot. You know, it's shot with close-ups and wide shots, and it's shot relatively normally, like a relatively normal movie, as opposed to like if it's animation, it could be shot in any kind of way. It could be, you know, the visual language could be anything. So that's one of the most difficult things with the first episode with anything, is that you're basically like in the first episode Diver, because it starts out with like one long shot. Then I kind of, in my head, I was like, well, okay, well, we started out with that. Now that's part of the visual language, so maybe every episode has like one long shot, and because there's a sequence where there's a roster where they break down each character, like where they say like this character is blah, there this, you know, there's a sequence in the first two episodes like that. So I figured, okay, well, maybe in every episode there's something like that. Maybe that's part of the language of the show now. That like that's why in the new episode, in the special episode that I just finished, that's why there's I combined that. There's a long shot where it introduces each character and stuff like that, but it's in a different way. It's like it's keeping the same language of the show, but it's like, since it's a special episode and it's not diving, it's not great. It's because it's, you know, Zara's past. I wanted to keep that kind of idea, but like do it in kind of like a different way. And so yeah, there's the first episode is fucking nuts, but I'm just glad I've finished it for this project. And I may be doing another first episode soon, but I don't want to get into that now for something else. But yeah, it's you have to set the first episode basically to what to how I got into this tangent. You're setting basically parameters for forever, basically, you know. And so when you're doing a first episode of anything, you have to like, you're basically setting your limitations in a way, and it's tough. Okay, I gotta get off this. I'm rambling now. Currently working on a pilot. Oh, nice. I think that's a good thing. Yeah, I mean, should always every movie has a certain sort of visual language to it. Like because I thought of I had a version of an example of that is I had a version of Diver where like I don't think the whole episode was in one shot, but no, I think the race was like all the races were all in one shot. I had a version of the first episode where I wanted to do that, and I thought that would be interesting. That like it's all one shot from like the perspective of the cockpit, the control area in the pod, and so that was going to be the visual language of the race. It was just going to be like, oh, every race is one shot. But then I decided, nah, I don't want to do that. It's too hard. It was like going to be impossible to do that. And again, if I was going to do something that difficult for the first episode, it's like now you're setting the language with the audience that's going to be how every episode's going to be. But yeah, instead I did. I mean, as anyone who's seen the first two episodes, they know. Instead, I like the idea that the races will start with like one long shot on the character inside the pod, and in the series, this isn't really giving too much away, but in the series, you're probably don't want to make any, again, I set the parameters of the show, but I think I can say that you'll probably only be seeing, for the most part, you'll probably only be seeing Z. You probably only be following the perspective of Zeke and Zara in the races, because that was another language thing that I wanted to define, is that like the this world you're kind of you're kind of experiencing through the POV of just them, and which is why in both the races in episode 1 and 2, you're only ever in the cockpit. You're in the inside. You ever only go inside the pod for when you're following Zara or you're following Zeke. Like all the other characters, you're always outside. The camera's always outside the pod because it's through their perspective for the most part. So that was something that I wanted to define. But yeah, there was like the language of the race was going to be at one point just one long shot. That I decided to change that, and now like the way the race is, for those who see it, there's all kinds of shots. There's the shots inside, there's shots close ups, there's wide shots, there's all kinds. And so now that's the language, that's the that's the format of the race, which it wasn't always. And so yeah, there's different things like that. I feel like I'm gonna be doing this forever. I am let's see. I'm just nitpicking now. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, no. Let's see it smooth. Interesting. Okay, that's a start. Yeah, I've only used techniques besides sculpting. I was saying that earlier in the stream, is that I'm not like a sculptor. I'm not very good at it, and so this is actually the first time that I'm sculpting a character from scratch. I've only ever like modeled it just like either using just basic human anatomy like references like from the front and from the side, or I've used a program called Make Human, which is like a program that you can use with Blender, which basically just makes like basic human bodies in different shapes and sizes of bodies, and then I just kind of make a character from that, and just modify it, make the face the way I want it, and or if I create a character from scratch, I'll use like I said, like just basic human anatomy references for Harrison, the main character, and in Dead Star I used Ichigo. I used Ichigo's face as a reference, which like his jawline, and I think his eyes too. That's why he has like those angry eyes. And yeah, I'll do that sometimes, but yeah, I've been sculpting now. I always just model. This is my first time sculpting a character from scratch. I do sculpt. I use sculpting as when I'm like modifying something, but never like sculpted a face out of a cube like this on my own. So I'm a noob at this. Okay, so that's why it's always funny when someone asks me like, how long did it take for you to master Blender? I'm like, I'm not a master by any means. Like I'm good at good at a lot of it, but I'm not like a. Don't know if I'm a master of any of it. Like I feel like it's more important to be good at just learning whatever technique that you need, at least as a start, and then kind of working backwards from there. Because when I first started learning Blender like 10 years ago, every time I say that I feel old. But when I first started learning, like 2008 or whatever, I was just trying to learn everything, and it's much better to just like. Well, no, I guess never mind. I won't say that. You should try to learn everything because well, when you're first starting out. Can you guys hear that? That's my dog in the background. 10 years. Yeah, it's it's actually longer than 10 years because it was 2008. So it's 12 years ago. I was in high school. I was so young. But I wasn't, I didn't have like a like an official education of Blender then. It's more like that's when I started tinkering around with it. It's not like I've been in a full course education of Blender for 12 years. It's not really like that, but 10 years maybe, but 12. That's just when I started like to I made like my own little crappy movies and stuff like that. My dog looks like he's ready to leave. Is he ready to go? Yeah, it looks like it. He's looking at me. Yep. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta close this. Nope. No, 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 no. Okay. Um, wow, that looks so strange. Alright, let's do the eyes now. Hang on. Huh. Okay, so I have to basically make his eyelids now. How do we do that? Okay, let's do crease. That might be too much. I gotta say, I kind of like sculpting. Never thought I really would, but I'm kind of enjoying it. let's let's just make these eyelids now. Tired of looking at this. Let's. Let's do inflate. No. Cool, done. No, okay. What if that was it? I was like, yep, that's done. Looks good, right? No. No. What if a character just looked like this in the next episode? People are just like, are you... Is this done, or... Like, what? That's... Trying something new. It's a start. It's a start. It's better than nothing. All right. to save this. Gonna change the screen for a second. Okay. Alright, now we saved it. Imagine doing all that and then not saving it. Does that ever happen to anybody? You work like for hours, I mean, it hasn't been hours, but for me, but work for hours and then the computer shuts off or run out of power or something. It's definitely happened to me. Let me see it smooth. Alright, coming along. let's do the nose. Actually, smooth this down. Oh, whoa. It's too detailed. That's good. I might keep this head and then make another one. Cause, well, let me do the ears and the nose first. Cause this is eventually going to be a woman's face. But I might use this head for something too. Once it's actually done. Oh, I think I missed. Somebody asked if this was an antagonist or whatever. I can say no, it's not. It's just a hopefully fun side character. Actually, I think one of the first things I did last year was animate one of the antagonists that's coming up, which I don't want to say what it is. Alright, alright. Let's do this stupid nose. This dumb nose. I don't know what I'm saying. Alright. Let's crease this. Is anybody, this is completely random, but is anybody a Bleach fan in the comments? I mean, the chat? So I just saw the post about the fact that, I mean, I've known it for a while, but it's the fact that the anime, the last arc of the manga is going to be animated now, and as someone who didn't read the manga, very excited about that. Bleach is one of those, I don't know if anyone has one of the shows, but like, Bleach is one of the shows, I think to me the Star Wars prequels are kind of in the same boat, where like, I kind of know all the flaws, and I kind of get all of them, like I acknowledge all of them, but I still really enjoy it because it's a part of my youth. And Bleach is kind of like that for me. Like, it's kind of something that's just like a part of the reason why I even wanted to be an animator is because of like how like obsessed with Bleach I was when it came out, and like just the experience of like watching it, just binging it, and like really wanting to know what happens next and everything, and like I just remember like, man, like what if like I could do this, like that's honestly that's like one of the biggest reasons I wanted to make a show, because I was watching literally when I was making my first series, Dead Star, I was watching Bleach, so yeah, it's crazy that it's coming back now. I keep seeing people post and theorize about it, which is cool. It's actually not a bad nose. Huh. Never thought in my wildest dreams that I would ever be like proud of myself for making a nose. You made a nose. Good job. When you're doing like any kind of animation or 3D work, it's so weird how like, or drawing or anything, it's so weird how like you get so excited about like doing something completely like mundane, or just something that anybody else would be like, yeah, it's a nose, like who cares? But you're like, no, but like look at it. So it says haven't seen it. Yeah, it's so weird because I don't even know. Like, I don't even know how I would, or if I would recommend Bleach, because it's like you kind of got to be into. You gotta really love shonen anime to really like it, and because I don't even know if I could get into it now. It's one of those things where like you ever look back on things that you like as a kid, and you can watch it now because, I mean, I wasn't a kid when I watched Bleach. I was an adult, but I was like, I think like 18 or something, or no, I was 20, I think. But yeah, Bleach is one of those things where I'm like, it's mostly, it's not like one of those shows that like anybody could kind of get into. Like, I think like one of those anime, like I feel like Attack on Titan, or maybe One Punch Man isn't really shonen. I mean, it's more of like it's like a comedy, but it's not like one of those where it's like, oh, even if you're not into like anime or anything, like you'll still enjoy it. I wouldn't really say Bleach is one of those. So I don't know, but if somebody likes shonen anime, then you should check it out. Because it's kind of like Naruto in that it it relies on a lot of shonen tropes, a lot, and kind of it's one of the flaws of it, I believe. But still, it's part of my childhood, or not childhood, but young adulthood. So these these lips are ridiculous. Look at this. This is the hardest part so far. That's He looks terrified. Alright, I gotta move on to the ears because I'm just gonna keep nitpicking when it comes to the lips. I'm actually curious how many people watching right now are actually like anime fans, like, or hardcore anime fans, or just like casual. I always wonder that out of the people who, watch the show. Oh wait, hang on. Be right back. Alright, sorry about that. farther back. He looks so sad. Like, he's bumming me out. Let me make him a little less sad. Okay. Let me crease his jawline. It's not bad actually. I was actually nervous to start the ear because ears are so. I had an art teacher who, when describing ears, he just said, you would just simply say, "That thing ain't right." That thing ain't right. Uh, and I always think about that when I think of the ear, because he used to be like, just drawing that thing is so. It's just so weird. But yeah, I was nervous to start that, and actually, it's not looking bad right now. It's looking alright. I mean, I still haven't gotten into like the detail of it, but it's actually not bad. I'm totally winging this right now. Literally feeling my ear. I should probably just look at a reference. Alright. Oh, I see. Alright. Hang on, guys. I gotta check on my dog. Okay, I am back. Alright, I think I screwed this ear up a bit. Let's try to fix it. Kato Core 12. How's it going? Oh no, didn't die. I had to step away for a bit. Check on my dog. I appreciate it. Thank you. You made it. You made it to the stream. Yeah, I'm gonna try to do some more streams for episode 3, hopefully, because it's gonna take a long time to make. So there's not gonna be a lot of content in between, or I'm gonna try to do content in between, but it's not gonna be. It's gonna be a while before episode 3 comes out, so I try to do like maybe more live streams or maybe put out some videos. Not sure, but yeah, I haven't live streamed since last year. Actually, since December. So hopefully, we can do some more. All right, I gotta fix this ear. Okay, and then finally move on. You know what? This isn't as difficult as I always thought sculpting from scratch was. I always thought it was like this super tedious thing, even though everything is tedious, but for so long I always prefer like having like the structure first, like the like a model to build off of. But this isn't that bad, honestly. I might do this a lot more. Maybe for episode 3 I'll do more like sculpting live streams, since number one I need to practice. Actually, I've actually selfishly used these live streams as like a way to like practice new things because I feel like it's always fun to like discover something new and to make something cool from scratch, like when you can like show, people who watch the show, like, hey, look, this is how this was made. Like someone could watch the episode and then go back and see how a thing was made. So yeah, I was like kind of experimenting in live streams. Oh, thanks. Katie, KT Core. Thanks, Pepple. That's an interesting username. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I hope that's the goal. Hopefully, is to inspire someone to make something better than me. That would be like, if that's my life story, that would be amazing. Like, you know how like George Lucas was like inspired by like Kurosawa. I think it was called The Hidden Temple or something. A Kurosawa movie. Like, it's like the most obscure movie that no one's ever probably seen, except because it inspired Star Wars. And so I always feel like if I can't like do that, like if I can't actually make a Star Wars, I would love to just like be somebody's like hidden temple that like, oh yeah, they saw Diver and then they made the best thing ever, Like that would be, I'd settle for that. So hopefully I can do that if I can't do that on my own. That's the thing. Can I just call you? I mean, if you're a guy, maybe no, but can I just call you Katie? Because I keep saying that in my head. Because KT Core. But that's the thing that was the reason why I didn't want to start Diver initially, was because I felt it was too big. Like, to be fair, the first scene of the first episode is kind of too big. Like it took so long. And it's crazy because episode 3 has like 2 scenes that are like longer and just as much work as that first scene. But because my kind of idea of Diver in my head was always kind of what that first scene, the first episode was like, it was like two humans surrounded by like a bunch of different creatures and aliens. Like that's what I had in my head, was like, for anyone who knows Star Wars, like basically like two human characters in like a cantina type thing, and that's kind of what I saw. That's kind of what excited me. I was like, oh, that's cool. Like I want to see that. Like never really, we don't really see any like original sci-fi like that unless it's like comedy or something. Like Rick and Morty or something. Which I love Rick and Morty, but like nobody makes just like it's like original sci-fi like that anymore. And in my head I was like, oh my god, like I'd love that. Like if somebody made that. But I was like, oh, I can't make all those aliens. Like that's crazy. So I guess somebody else wanted to do that. But eventually, I was like, yeah, but I'm always gonna be wondering. Like it sounds so like corny, but I always felt like I don't want to be like 80 and then be thinking like, oh, when I was like in my 20s, I wanted to do Diver, but I was saving up for it because I thought, oh, one day somebody will give me money, or I could pitch this to a studio and they'll let me do it or whatever. And then like I'm 80 and that never happened, and I'm just thinking like, oh man, maybe I should have just done that. And so that's why I basically started the show. It was like I don't, it's like we'll just figure it out. Like it seemed like way too hard on paper. Some scenes were way harder than anything I've ever done, like the first scene. But at the end of the day, it's like if it's easy, it's probably not worth watching anyway. So yeah, that was like, that's how I felt when I started. I was like, oh, this is way too big, like, and it still kind of is. I mean, it's still, some things are really big, and sometimes certain scenes are like, they do take way longer than I kind of want them to. But like, I don't know. I guess it's probably never going to be some perfect storm where like, oh, everything is the perfect amount of work that you want. And so at the end of the day. Oh, your friends call you Katie? That's hilarious. Okay, so I'm not crazy to have thought of that. But I'll stick with Katie Core, KT Core. I'm not really. No, I'm not like a hand drawn. I'm okay. Like I went to school for it for a while, and then I didn't finish. Like I went to school for 2D drawing and animation and stuff like that. But I'm not like, I didn't learn much. I mean, I did, but like, I didn't. I'm not that much better than I was before I went to school. So like, I'm okay if I have the amount of time. But like, the thing is like, when you're working on like an actual film, it's not. It's basically like how fast you can be, and so that's why I always felt like yeah, I'm like I can draw, but like if I ever had to do it for a job, somebody would be like, you're too slow. And so it's kind of unfortunate though, now thinking about it, that like the industry of it kind of discourages artists, and because it did me, so I'm imagining it does it to others, because the industry is so like, you got to be like a master to even stand a chance or whatever. So that kind of discouraged me. So I stuck with 3D and just 2D style 3D. And yeah, in 3D you can just like, because that's what I do. I just shade the 3D characters in a 2D style, so I can have that kind of cartoon anime look that I really like, and also I can save the time of actually drawing it because I can just animate it in 3D. But yeah, 2D, yeah, it's tough. Working on a new series too. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's tough. I was saying earlier, first episodes are the worst. Yeah, I was in the same place with Diver. In 2018, I basically, wait, hang on. My dog's barking. Be right back. Okay, I just gotta look at the ear. It actually doesn't look bad. It's actually coming together. Um, sorry, you're saying I think I started 10 times already. I was never able to finish first. Yeah, it's first episodes. It's tough. Um, oh yeah, I was saying 2018. I was kind of in that same boat, but in terms of like writing it, writing the first episode and figuring out. Like I was kind of in that same boat where I was starting and stopping because I was just like, one day I'd be motivated, the next day I'd be like, this is not practical. Like this is so much work, and I can't like nail down like what I want the characters to be and all these things and it's funny to think back on it, and if I had any kind of advice, I'd say it's better to just, like, if you're having trouble with motivation, it's better to just work through it and then figure it out after you've gotten something at least like on the page, or if it's like animation, if you've got something animated, then just like getting something finished and getting something done, whether it's like crap, like whether it's a first draft or nothing or amazing or whatever, it's always it helps so much because I think it makes you go from that period of I'm not sure how your period of working was, but like it kind of transforms your mind from that abstract period of when like, oh, this episode could be anything, and oh, it's everything, it's overwhelming and it's too hard and whatever. Once you get like one thing down, for me, it always helps because it always goes from something that's like that you're overthinking, and then it goes from that to something physical that you can like look at and be like, okay, well now I can see that, like I can, it's not just a thought in my head now I can either love it or be like, oh, this needs to be changed, or that needs to be, or this whole thing is bad, but at least I know how long it's gonna take, blah blah blah, and for me that's kind of how I get motivated is like even now, like doing this, like I've been slowly starting episode 3 because it's been like, because I've been working on the other episode and other things for so long that it's been tough to get back to it. But even doing this right now, like I've been thinking about making this character for so long, so now actually physically doing it, it's like, oh well, now I'm like, I have something now. It's not just in my head. It's not just something that I'm gonna beat myself up over. Like, oh, you didn't do this. You procrastinated again. You blah blah blah. Like now it's not abstract anymore, and so I think, I don't know if that helps in any way, but like I think it just, like getting something on the page, whether even if it's like small, even if you barely progress, I think that always helps. At least that helps me a lot. Sorry, wait, let me. if you pitch to a studio, they'll most likely ruin your idea. I was just talking to my brother about that a couple weeks ago. Uh, not not that they'll just ruin it, but like the fear of like if somebody did approach me to buy something I made, like the the 50-50 chance that it's gonna be how you want it, or it's gonna like get lost in translation. Creating the assets is the hardest part. Yeah, creating, modeling, and animating is definitely the hardest part. You have any work? Real Pebble is my Twitter. Okay, I'll check that out. Short story. It's expanded into something ridiculously huge. That happens to me all the time, by the way. I mean, that's what happened with Diver, I guess. Is that it starts off with a simple idea, and then you get so many ideas, and all of a sudden it turns into something crazy. That happens to me all the time. And you'd think I'd know better because I know my limitations now, and yet sometimes I still overdo it. It's expanded into, but yeah, it's always smart to focus on small things. Yeah, one oh you're that's also yeah I love one. I'm wearing a One Piece shirt right now. That's funny because I was thinking about streaming with the camera. But I don't have a camera, so I can't. But I mean, I don't have a webcam. But I was thinking, oh, people are gonna see that I have a One Piece shirt on. Yeah, One Piece is the best. Um, but yeah, I think for me, it's like you gotta. I always try to focus on the small stuff. Like you gotta keep. I try to keep like everything simple, even like the really big scenes. I always try to like keep in mind the level of simplicity of, even if it's just like, because there's some scenes that are super complicated but like are super simple to the audience, and I think it's always a good idea to keep this simplicity, like what's going to be simple to the audience, in mind with whatever you're doing. Like oh wait, so I have to combine. Sorry, I think I messed up this ear. Okay, so these need to be combined. Okay, let's smooth this out. But yeah, when you're doing like indie projects, simplicity is the name of the game. It's the most important thing, because even the simple things are going to end up being really complicated. It's the simpler the better, and the smaller the volume the better too. I'm saying that as I'm working on episode 3, which is the biggest thing I've ever done. You guys will see though, but it's huge. And yeah, I don't want to say much about it, but because I want it to be a surprise. But in terms of like like starting out, like getting the first few episodes down, like getting specifically like the first episode down, it's always important to maintain like simplicity. Yeah, the writing in One Piece inspires me too. That's like I feel like I learned how to write like character from One Piece. Like learning how to give people memorable like personality traits, and learning how important actual funny humor is in animation and cartoons, not just like things that like you think that like a kid will maybe laugh at or something. I see that a lot in cartoons where I'm like, did you like? Are they just writing that for like a kid? Because like when I watch like a show that's also really good, Avatar: Last Airbender, like that, and I feel like One Piece have like the best humor in like in uh in those kind of genre shows, like those shows that are meant for a younger audience but also adults can enjoy. Those two were hugely inspirational for me for starting because like I realized I'm like, oh, like I like genuinely laugh at One Piece. Like it's not just like you know it's not just like uh random gags that like, oh, okay, that was a light moment, cool. Like it's actually things that I laugh out loud at, and I realize like One Piece made me kind of realize like that's really important. And so whatever comedy I write, I always try to make sure it makes me laugh. Oh, really finished? Yeah, yeah. Everyone's watching Avatar right now because I think just got one. It just came out on Netflix. I should probably rewatch it. I haven't watched it since it like first aired. Really, it's such a good show. I remember everything though, but and I used to rewatch it all the time. But like I haven't watched it in like 10 years or something. Or when did it end? I think it ended in like 2007 or 2008. But yeah. But seeing so many people get into Avatar just made me feel old. So I watched the pilot like when it first aired on television. Like I remember watching it that night. Like it just be like, oh, okay, that's a cool show. Like hopefully, like it just made me feel really old. And people are like, I see people getting into it. And the pilot came out. I think it was 2005. I think it was 2005. There's more American anime. Yeah, me too. It's an amazing show. Like, it's funny. It's got a great character, great story, great acting. It's the best. And Korra was good too. It wasn't. It's really tough to beat like a show like Avatar because it's it was done, it was executed so well, and Nickelodeon kind of messed up with the Break, the creators. They kind of messed with them on Korra, and like I remember I heard them say at one point they were um, making sorry, I'm like I remember when it was going, they were making like 3 seasons of Korra at one time. So they were like production was like all over the place for them, and I kind of wish that like they were given more time by like Nickelodeon. I remember thinking, because I don't know if you guys watched Korra when it aired, but I watched it when it aired, and I remember thinking like they were kept messing with the airtime for it, and they put it online at one point. Like the last season, they took off TV and put it online. I remember thinking, I'm like, dude, like this is your only good show. Like I remember thinking like, how, like you're gonna put Korra like online? Like they really, I mean, I was thinking about that Nickelodeon, not the creators. It's not the creators' fault. It's Nickelodeon. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like that's like who else is watching Nickelodeon? Like this intently, like except for like Korra or Avatar. 35. Oh wow. I watched the first few episodes. I came out never. Oh wow, interesting. Yeah, yeah. Season three was that Zahir? Oh yeah, Zahir. He was really cool. Yeah, season one was good. Season two, it was good. It was just a little like everything in it is good. It's just kind of it was is uneven, and then I don't know. I see it's the animation storytelling is so good. It's like impossible for me to really critique it. 'Cause I just those guys. I just look up to them so much. But but yeah, season three and four were just like where they were kind of cooler. They were the cool ones. Like Zahir was awesome, the female villain in season four. Even though I don't, season four I felt was a little rushed. Again, I don't know the story. Like I don't know if Nickelodeon did that to him because right, like you're saying the ratings were falling or whatever. Also, like, but like the ratings they kept. That's the thing though. I don't think like even when that came out, ratings didn't really mean as much as they did before. You know what I mean? So it's like, and I think the creators were saying something like that too. Like I remember listening to interviews with them back then, and they were saying that like that Nickelodeon was saying their ratings were falling, but at the same time, it's like everyone was definitely watching the show at that time. You know what I mean? So it's like what the TV ratings really mean at a certain point. Um, and I think the creators were saying that too. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't know. I don't know the situation obviously, but still, it's like like that was such a big show. Like it's hard to for me. It's like it's so weird that they would even mess with it because it you know even if it wasn't being watched on TV strictly, it was definitely a big like money maker for them. So it's for Nickelodeon, I mean. So it's like it's weird to imagine like why they would even like you would think they would try everything they could to like. But then again, even though that wasn't that long ago, it was still a different time and where TV was still a thing, whereas nowadays TV is not even a thing anymore. But the ratings skewed older. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Is that like yeah, the ratings like they were probably falling because people just watch less TV and maybe I mean to be honest, I don't think I ever really watched it on TV. I probably DVR'd it or I downloaded it. um, but so maybe people like me were the problem. But but it's like it's hard to imagine that ratings would even matter to a series that like that that was such a cultural like phenomena, such a popular property. But yeah, that's definitely true about the ratings though, skewing with older people because it's not even really like a show for kids. Uh, Shows like Power Rangers on. Really interesting. I'll tune in next time. Oh, Peppa. Okay, cool. Thanks for stopping by. I'll check out your Twitter too. I saw you shared that. Thanks. But yeah, I think. But yeah, I guess shows like Power Rangers probably. Shows like that are probably just like the show being on television is probably just like an elaborate like toy advertisement. It's like just a like the show itself is like a physical toy advertisement at a certain point. Which it's nothing wrong with that, I guess. But it's kind of a shame that like Nickelodeon kind of seemed like it turned into that. But like they are a business after all, and their business is young kids. That's such a weird thing to say, but it's true. literally just a toy ad. Yeah, pretty much. Like, and I feel like, I mean, I don't know because I haven't watched Nickelodeon. Literally, I haven't watched Nickelodeon since probably Korra went off the air. So, like, I don't know nothing about it, but it feels like that's what happened to a lot of other shows is that they became like Avatar was kind of the outlier, and that it was just they got pitched a good story and by talented like creators and animators, and then they made it. Whereas most shows do kind of feel like okay, what's gonna target like the young kids, and and you know what's gonna have them tuning in every week, and what's gonna be something that you know they're gonna want to buy. They're gonna want to buy the toys too. Because like to be honest, like I don't even know that I'd let like a young kid watch Korra. The more I think, or Avatar, yeah, Avatar is okay because it's not really. But Korra had some violence in there. Like that was definitely, and she's an older character, so I guess they were trying to target you know teens and above kind of thing. Because like even Zahir, like you mentioned, he's pretty like I don't remember much about season 3, but I remember he was pretty badass. Like there was some pretty violent, like it's insane. And his like girlfriend with the no, I think she had no arms, and she used water for arms or something. Like there's some pretty like, graphic you know ideas in that. And like for a kid, like you know, for like a teenager and above, or even someone like 10 and above, it's fine. But like a young kid is probably, I mean, they'd probably think it's cool, but like it's like their parents probably wouldn't let them watch it, and so I kind of get that. I don't know why this ear is taking me so long. It shouldn't be. Lots of politics. Yeah, that's true too. Which I like enjoyed, but I get how you know kids would like you know be like I don't get it. Like what's happening? So actually, the more I think about it, I did really like Korra. Like, I think it was actually. I feel like it's kind of ahead of its time a bit, or maybe because we're you know Avatar is such a high bar that people were kind of like okay, you know, like this is you know this is good, but it's not like an amazing show like Last Airbender. But looking back on it, I think I don't know. I think it was good. It was really good for what it was. But, it's funny because I've been like re in the last like year or so, even starting Diver because the pod race in it is so similar. I've been not similar, but I was kind of like inspired by it a bit. I've been rewatching Phantom Menace and like speaking of like you know like politics that kids wouldn't be interested in. It's like it's funny how as a kid, hang on, that's my dog. I'll be right back. Hang on, guys. I'll be back in a minute. All right. Um, Jeez, how long is this ear gonna take? All right. Dog is always causing. Man. Um, yeah, I was bored. It's a boring movie, but I do, just as like a fan of science fiction, I do appreciate like looking back on it, and then since I can kind of look at it, in hindsight, I do. And the fact that I don't have to watch it all at one sitting, like when I was rewatching it while I was making the first episode, I just appreciate that it's really like the only mainstream movie that's probably ever going to just be a movie that's like only focused on world building and like establishing like table setting and all that, and it's weird. It's weird to like it's kind of cool in that way. It's kind of cool that it kind of is just like a guy just kind of just kind of playing with his world like George Lucas. Um, but yeah, I actually saw The Phantom Menace in 2012 when it came out. Like I saw it as a kid, never remembered it, never remembered anything as a kid, but I loved episode 2 and 3. Like as a kid, 2 and 3 were my. I mean, I was a teenager with 3, but like as a kid, 2 was like one of my favorite movies of all time as a kid. Yeah, and I knew even then it's not a good movie. Like I know that Attack of the Clones is probably maybe the worst of the Star Wars movies in terms of like dialogue and like the storytelling aspects of it. But like I don't care. I still love it. I loved it as a kid. Um, but like I saw the Phantom Menace again as an adult when it came out in 3D. I think in 2012. I saw it in theaters, and like even then, I never remembered what happened in it except for like yeah, Anakin did a pod race. He saved the day at the end, and Darth Maul was badass. Like that was the only thing I ever remembered until until when the Force Awakens was coming out. I rewatched like all the Star Wars movies again, and developed like an even bigger appreciation for them, and well, they're originals mostly, but like but when I watched Phantom Menace again in like 2015, that was the first time I actually in my whole Star Wars loving life, that was the first time I actually knew what the movie was about. And I was like, oh, so this is about like the Trade Federation. They invaded Naboo, and they want to kill the queen, and like I didn't even know any of that. Like I never paid attention to any of it because it was so hard to follow, even as like an adult. But I know, yes, Attack of the like I've known since I was a kid that Attack of the Clones, because I remember my parents and everyone when the movie came out were like acting, and I'm like I know, but like I have a it's like a I have like a emotional childhood attachment to it. Because for me it was like we were just talking about toys being a toy advert. I was so into like the action figures, and like the I thought Anakin was so cool, and I wanted to have like that. He had 2 lightsabers in the scene, and I had this action figure. It's one of my favorite figures I've ever had, where he had the 2 lightsabers. Even though in the movie he had it for like 2 seconds, but yeah, that's my experience with Attack of the Clones. So it's like, so I can never hate it because it's like I don't know. It's not even though it is kind of the worst one actually. But yeah, Revenge of the Sith though, yeah, Revenge of the Sith is dope. Revenge of the Sith is becoming one of my favorite Star Wars movies. Um, Even though none of the prequels or the new ones will ever beat like Empire, but still like. But it's funny to think about how like the marketing of like Star Wars movies totally worked on me as a kid. Like that, like George Lucas really knew. I'm sure all the Star Wars movies, but like those movies to me as a kid were like huge because they were like more than movies. They were like it was like a whole thing. Like I wanted the video games, I wanted the toys, I read the novels. And that was like one of the only books as a kid I read back to back, like, and no one asked me to, and and I read it multiple times. And for some reason, looking back on it, why would they release the novelization before the movie? Because looking back on it, I just I read the novelization before I saw the movie. I'm like, why would they ever do? They would never do that now for any movie. It's just kind of crazy, but yeah, that's my. In case anyone didn't know, I'm a big Star Wars fan. I didn't even like Star Wars, but I want exactly, yeah, exactly. Like there's, I think like when like young boys specifically, like just growing up, like Star Wars is like the toys and the marketing and the merchandise of Star Wars is almost like it's almost like more important and more uh, is more interesting than the movies themselves. Which I mean, from a marketing standpoint, is genius of like George Lucas because like because he literally made like two. I mean, I like them, but like they're two bad movies. Like, and Revenge of the Sith is okay, even though in my mind I love Attack of Clones, I love Revenge of the Sith, but as a movie, you know, looking back on it, looking at it as just like, you know, critic, they're bad movies. But like, and so the fact that he was able to make just like three bad movies, and like kids went crazy for it, because like they're more than movies, is kind of genius from a marketing standpoint. Because like it literally didn't matter like what was in the movies. Because even now, like as much as I like Attack of the Clones, it's not like the story is just there's just not, it's just not there. Like it's just no story. But and yet it's like, you know, and yet I love it because I have memories of it as a kid, which is kind of interesting. Like there's literally, I was thinking about it the other day. I mean, I don't know anyone who even knows this movie that well, but there's like a plot line about like this master Cypher Diaz who created the clones, and they never mention it again. And it's, I guess it's implied that like Palpatine with this guy created the clones, but like what? Well, I always like it's I never thought about it. Like they never mentioned Cypher Diaz guy again, so it's kind of like why did they even mention him? And why did they even make him a real? They could have just made him like a fake person that Palpatine. Anyway, it's a whole thing. Star Wars is super. Yes, it is. And I 100% agree. Katie Core, 100% agree. That like I see so many people, and I'm someone who likes the prequels, but I see so many people who are like these are like these are secretly like these are amazing, and I'm like just because they don't like, you know, Last Jedi, and I'm like nah, I mean they still have the same problems. Like I mean, you know, it's I'm a fan, so I, you know, I like I can find the good in any of the Star Wars movies, but like as movies, like they're story wise, they just don't work like really at all. Like none of them really work story wise, but like they're so kind of, you know, they're messing with like American iconography. I mean, not messing with it, but they're telling a new story with American, like, you know, mythology that is ingrained in our culture. So it's like it's still kind of interesting to watch. Like regardless of the way the story is told, it's still interesting to see Anakin become Darth Vader, which is kind of interesting to me watching it. It's like watching, you know, like a Republic fall in Revenge of the Sith is still kind of like intriguing to watch, even if the story doesn't really work that well. Just because it's like, you know, it's so ingrained in our culture. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, no, I don't I don't agree with a lot of people who were like the prequels are amazing now, and because I didn't like, you know, the new. I'm like, I mean, yeah, the new ones they have problems too, and the prequels still have problems. Like, you know, the problems didn't exist. I mean, didn't cease to exist. There's a scene. There's a scene in Revenge of Sith, which even when I was like a teenager, and even when like even as someone who likes the movie, the scene where it's like where Anakin and Obi-Wan have this last conversation thing. And I remember thinking, like watching it again, I'm like, this is so like on the nose. Like it's so on the nose. And I remember I saw the video again on YouTube, like post the Disney Star Wars, like after Force Awakens and Last Jedi had come out or whatever, and people were like, the like the metaphors of this are amazing. They're the like they're the I'm like like it's like the most it's like the most obvious. Like there's a part where Anakin is in the shadow, and Obi-Wan walks in the light, and he says like, "Goodbye, old friend." I like first of all, nobody says that if they're leaving. Like you would never leave your friend and say goodbye, old friend. He says goodbye, old friend, and Anakin literally in the scene he describes like his relationship with Obi-Wan throughout like his whole life. He's like I've been this way. I've always been arrogant, and I'm like, why is he saying all this? Like who? Like it's like they knew that like this was the last time they would ever meet. Like who when your pal is leaving, do you ever go like, you know what, like you've always been there for me, and we have this kind of friendship like I don't know. I don't really like that scene. It is interesting to see people talk about it after the Disney movies came out because it's been like so popular not to like those, and like people were saying that like the metaphors and the symbolism was like amazing. I'm like, it's symbolism, I don't know that it's amazing. I don't know. I mean it's all subjective anyway. But that's just to me. To me, I never is. To me, it's kind of a I don't know. It's kind of a corny scene to me, but But all movies are subjective, I guess. So who knows? Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean John Williams actually in the Rise of Skywalker, which I love. Like there's a lot in. I mean, it's not the best movie, but there's a lot of great Star Wars moments in Rise of Skywalker. Like a lot of great like homages, like because like it's kind of cool to have that he did a cameo in like the last of the Skywalker movies. Like to me, just as like a fan, that's kind of awesome that they did that. Like it's awesome that that's the one that he's in. Like that it's the last one, and he did the music for it, and yeah, it's dope. I keep looking at this ear, like I think. Nah, I still wanna tinker with this. I keep telling myself I think it's done, but nah, I wanna add more. Revisions. Yeah, exactly. I totally agree. It's so it's very refreshing to find somebody who doesn't just completely hate the new movies because I don't hate them, and I am aware of all the flaws everyone says about them, and like yeah, they're flawed, but like they yeah, I agree with that and that. Well, number one, all the three movies should have been this way, and that the three characters should have always been together. That's a big thing that the Force Awakens missed out on. Like that was for me, the Force Awakens. The biggest problem is that is that the three characters don't really form like a bond really. Like even Ray and Finn don't really feel like they spend time together, but like they don't really form like an actual like they don't really. The thing about the original first movie is that like the three characters at the end of the movie they went through something like crazy together and they formed a big bond by the end of the movie, and you're like wow, like these guys are like bonded for life now because they just survived to something crazy, and then that's how they became like this great trio. And I think the new movies needed that in the Force Awakens. not the Last Jedi, but the Force Awakens. And I think the problem with I think JJ relied too much on like the cliffhangers and the fact that it's the first movie in a trilogy, and instead of doing that, he should have did like people say that he copied the first, it's a copy of A New Hope. I'm like, no, it actually doesn't have the best parts of A New Hope. And the best parts of A New Hope is that it's, and by the way, I to connect this with Diver, I've been like, A New Hope is one of my biggest references and influences for Diver. It's like, for when I was making it, I just kept thinking about the imagery in that and the impact of and how new, like the iconography was to people watching it, like how it put like new visual ideas in people's head. I kept thinking about that when I was making Diver, and how, like, you know, how I wanted to work really hard on making like the visual language of it, like, you know, detailed, and so that it would be memorable and all that stuff. But like the New Hope was a B C beginning, middle, and end. It doesn't even need a sequel kind of movie, and I think that's what the Force Awakens and this whole new trilogy needed. Maybe even for all of them, because I think Ryan wanted to do that for Last Jedi. Like I could tell that he, for The Last Jedi, he's like, no, this is gonna have an ending, because if I don't have an ending, people are gonna. If I have a cliffhanger like The Force Awakens had, people are gonna accuse me of copying Empire Strikes Back. And so he wanted, and I like that about Last Jedi. I know saying you like anything about Last Jedi is like forbidden on the internet, but I think that's actually their best movie, like their best like movie in terms of imagery, in terms of theme, in terms of consistent theme and character, and characters being like, it's got flaws, and that's all their movies have flaws, but to me I think actually their best movie. Whereas like Force Awakens is more even pacing wise, but it doesn't really have like any character journeys or any, it's kind of like half done in terms of like storytelling. Whereas like the problem is that Last Jedi had to like finish the Force Awakens story, and so by the end of the second movie, you kind of just have one movie, and then the last one they ended it. So it's like you kind of have one complete journey at the end of the Last Jedi, and then they end it, and that's kind of a whole structural problem with it. But Perfectionist will never be finished. I see. Oh, thanks. Yeah, yeah. I mean, A New Hope is, it's such like rewatching it after during the year The Force Awakens came out. I'm like, this movie is just genius. Like, it's just genius, like sci-fi movie in terms of like the way it introduces its like story, and because like a lot of times I think in fantasy, like people don't know how to balance like like a lot of people don't know how to tell the audience their like their fantasy element. They don't know how to communicate their fantasy made up elements to the audience, I think, correctly. And I think the New Hope, and in like Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, like really a lot of great fantasy movies have done it, but like The New Hope is like one of the first like original sci-fi movies that like explained its like lore like perfectly to the audience. And for me, it was like that I felt like I was such a student about like how do you do that? It's kind of genius, like the way, because the way you leave the movie, like everybody, like an adult, a kid, teenager, you'd all leave going like, oh yeah, the Force is this and this, and you wouldn't it wouldn't leave with the kid going like, did you hear him talking about the Force? And the adult's like, yeah, I don't remember, I don't care, man. Which happens a lot with fantasy and kids movies. But that movie communicated so well, and so it was such great acting with Alec Guinness, and the visual storytelling was so strong. It's like you kind of it's like, so it was like a powerful experience like for anyone watching it at that time. and because it had like because it got all the things right, and yeah, I was just when I was making the first episode, that was such a big that was such a big influence for me. I'm like, man, how do you get all these things right? And also, in addition to all that, like it's funny, it's exciting, it's fun, and like it's actually an entertaining movie on top of being a really good, being a well told fantasy story. Um, for Diver, do you have yeah, of course. I was like working on Diver for like a year before, like all of 2018. I was just like, I was I was just kind of like figuring. It's funny because like when I say that, I guess people imagine that I was like building the animation all stuff. It was really like months and months of like doing a little bit of animation stuff, a little bit of modeling, but mostly just getting the story right and figuring out like not even just the story, but figuring out how I'm gonna tell it and how I want it to be told because it's kind of like an idea that could be anything, and so I felt like yeah, making the decision uh, to have it start like at a championship tournament, whereas most fantasy stories start like with like a kid who knows nothing about or a young person who knows nothing about the sport, the like the fantasy sport, and so the kid's gonna be learning it with the audience, and it's kind of easy to do that. And so I made the kind of tough decision to like you're gonna start it out with people who are already good at a thing that the audience doesn't know about, and they've already kind of completed that sort of learning phase, and they're the best at it, and so that was like really a fun challenge, and I looked at a lot of like anthology um, like anime movies and stuff like that on movies where like movies where like the characters still work but you didn't need to know like how they got there, like it was just a story about like what they're doing basically, and so yeah, it was I spent a long time thinking about this and plotting everything out and making sure like even though the characters will have character arcs, it's not the story itself is not it doesn't live and die on that and a lot of stuff. So yeah, it's been a long time before anyone saw or even knew what Diver was, like before even the trailer came out. I had there's so many iterations of it. So yeah, it still is crazy when people even talk about it or even know that it exists because it was just for like so long it was just like a thing in my head. Um, it's very yeah, it's easy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That was a big thing that I was trying to do with the first episode that I was influenced by Star Wars by was that like like this is and I learned this from watching first episodes that don't really work because it's like first episodes of fantasy things that don't work because I'm like nobody wants to be told anything, and I think that's the thing that like I think that people don't really I think it's important for people to take influence of things that that worked basically, and I think a lot of people take influence for fantasy things that don't really work but are maybe popular and things like that, and I see that a lot where there's a lot of exposition, and for me the biggest thing with the first episode of Diver was like it doesn't matter if anyone at the end of the episode, what matters more than people knowing what's happening or the story or the fantasy elements is that people understand the characters or like the characters or laugh or or think like it's more important that people think the race is fun to watch or is interesting than to people to know every rule of the race, and because there was an early iteration of the race scene where like like you're told all the rules and all these and there's all these complicated rules and things like that, and I took like all of that out and I just went like and I took Star Wars as an example, like when you're watching it you don't need to be told anything about like like the cantina or something like that. You just walk into, well he does say that it's a wretched height of scum and villainy, or whatever. But there's like, if the imagery tells the story well enough, you don't really need to be told. Like in the first episode, Diver, I was thinking like, okay, like let's make sure that the race is clear, so that when people watching it, they don't need to be like, what is this? Like, are they in the sky? Are they, like, I wanted it to be visually clear, which is really difficult because it meant doing a bunch of wide shots, which I didn't have planned. Like the wide shot of the stadium on the ground. That was a shot that was like added later on because I wanted to be like super clear that like the stadium is connected to the ground, and before it wasn't that clear, and so I added like the wide shot. And so yeah, it's like visually simple things is very important, and keeping things simple and making sure that like people are getting the right amount of information at the right time, so that like they don't feel like they're being told anything. People actually hate to be told anything in the story. Like I think people there's like this weird mentality in like trailers and in big movies that like the audience needs to know like the pitch of it. Like let's tell them the pitch of the story really quick. It's like actually people don't really care. Like people actually don't care. They just want to, like, before they're pitched anything, they want to get a sense that there's a story, there's more to it, and that the characters have a defined characteristic and things like that. And yeah, I don't know, I'm going on and on and on. 100%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hikaru no Go. I never watched that. Never actually heard of that. Does that have an English title? Because I feel like maybe I've heard the English title. With the character. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was actually watching a show about, it was an anime about this game called I think it's like Chiya Faru or something, or Chihaya Faru or something like that. I watched like a lot of it, and like it's a real game, like it's a real Japanese game, and like I know nothing about the game, and it's a sports like anime about them playing this game, and I knew nothing about it, but yeah, like the characters and all that stuff, it was clear. It wasn't just good, like it was just clear. Like you don't even, it doesn't even matter what they're doing really. You just get you get the characters and stuff like that, and it's like in, I think you only really make people care about like the lore and things like that. And well, lore is really just rules. Like you really can only get people to care about the rules if people care about like the characters first. Like nobody, like if you don't care about Luke, you don't care in Star Wars. Like you don't care that he survives, or that he's in danger like at the end. Like when Darth Vader's about to shoot him, and when he's it's like, so creating this whole amazing Death Star battle doesn't really mean anything if you're not going in like, oh shit, I hope like they're just a couple of guys going up against an empire. Like, are they gonna live? Like if you don't feel that, then like nothing really, none of that really, even none of the special effects really mean anything. It's older. Oh, interesting. That's why I was telling my brother that like that that like era, the 2000s to like 2010 era of like anime is like the best anime. It's like the best era for anime. Like I remember thinking about and I think even for the long running series like Naruto and One Piece and and Bleach and a lot of the long running ones, like it's their best, some of their best arcs are in that period too. Like and I feel like, I think Fully Cooley came out then, Code Geass, Death Note, both Full Metals, like that decade, 2000s and 2000, Girl in the Lagann. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. This ear is never gonna. I keep like looking at it, thinking there's something missing. And now I'm going out. I'm going on and on about Star Wars. Or anyone listening to this who's not interested in Star Wars is like, okay, I'm just gonna leave. Sorry for anyone who's like who's watching this. Like, I've never seen Star Wars. I don't know what you're talking about. You should watch it though. It's good. I've seen almost all those long running. I was thinking about this earlier. I was thinking about how much of a nerd, an anime nerd I am. But I've seen all of Bleach, all of Naruto, and all of. I mean, I'm a big One Piece fan, so I've seen all of One Piece. But I've seen all of them now. The only ones I haven't seen are like, and I grew up with Dragon Ball Z, so obviously, I've seen that. But like, the only ones I haven't really seen are like the ones that like were my little brother's generation, which are like Yu Yu Hakusho and like and Inuyasha, and like those were like after my time of watching anime. Were like not after, but like they were like a different generation. It's funny. Someone asked me that earlier, and no, it's actually like this is the first time I'm ever sculpting a character from scratch, actually. So that's probably why I'm being really nitpicky about it. Like I typically, hang on, I gotta smooth this out. I typically model either like I typically build off of something I already made, like an old character that I've already made, where I use something called Make Human, which is like it's like a program thing that lets you import like human models, and then you just then I just build off of those, which is what I was going to do for this, but then I figured like let's just let's try something new. But yeah, no, this is I definitely don't sculpt all the characters, especially I mean the side characters. Like I just build off of what I've already made before. That's probably why this looks so wonky. This should not be taking me this long, but whatever. I don't want to show. Yeah, I think I watched Wano Weekly, but like toward the end, was I watching? No, I didn't. I actually didn't even finish the whole cake, because I would read the manga, so I already knew what happened. But I didn't even finish the whole cake arc. Like I watched it later, because well, one I knew what was gonna happen, but two, like the animation was okay. Uh, Toward the end it got really good, but I don't know. Even in the manga, the end of Whole Cake arc is my favorite. It's like to me, I think it should have ended after after the wedding, after she went, Big Mom went crazy in the wedding. To me, I feel like it should have ended quickly after that. And I think they like it's literally like a whole nother arc after like the wedding, and I'm like they should have been out of here by now. Like it was already like a complete arc. Like they got Sanji back, he saved his family. He like the story wise it was already done, and I feel like what happens with One Piece sometimes, which I love One Piece, so I don't really care, but like story wise, sometimes Oda will just kind of like the story of the arc will be over, but it almost seems like they're like, well, we need like for Whole Cake. It was like we need like a cool fight because we gotta for marketing we need like a cool character, and so it almost seemed like they they like created, or not they, Oda, but he created Katakuri just because they needed like a cool fight at the end. But I mean, I love One Piece, so I like, of course, love the Katakuri fight and the animation of it and everything. But still, I feel like while reading the manga, I was like, this should have been over, because it was just dragging on. Like they just kept running from Big Mom, and she kept screaming about the wedding cake. And I'm like, but still, I think it is one of the better. It's one of the better post time skip arcs, I think. And now, gone from talking about Star Wars, now I'm talking about One Piece. Two things that probably most people watching this probably do not watch, but yeah, I think, yeah, it was. But Wano's been amazing so far, though. Like, I was watching that weekly because it's just cool to see like all that, because so in the manga I've been really loving the arc, and so like it's cool to see how they animated it all, and mostly because the animation's really good. It's really cool, and I'm just like really glad that like it's like the animation is really good again, and look, I know how hard that is, like how hard like a series that's on every week, how hard that is to maintain the quality. So I've been just like appreciating that with Wano. I mean, I was before it stopped. Now it's on like hiatus like everything else, but yeah, like the category fight as the even in the manga, like people were so hyped when it was happening in the manga. My friend who I talk about One Piece with, he was really hyped. He's like, this is one of the best fights in One Piece so far since Lucci, all that. And I remember just thinking, I'm like, yeah, but like nothing's happening right now. Like, like story wise, it's over. Like, and I just kept feeling like that, and so it's hard for me to enjoy it. But I enjoyed it way more in the anime because it's just animated so well. Even though it went on a long time in the anime too, but yeah, I enjoyed it a lot more in the anime. I didn't enjoy it, maybe because I like Luffy a lot, but I didn't enjoy the middle part where he's literally just getting beat. He's just like how does he not have brain damage? Like he was just getting beat like getting fatal blows nonstop. I'm like, how is any of this possible? But or maybe Katakuri is just like he's just weak, like he's really durable, but like maybe his punches are weak. That's the only thing that makes sense. It's the reason why Luffy was able to just take so many of them. But yeah, Wano arc so far looks amazing. I love the art style, the weighted line. Hey, AWAB, how's it going? Yeah, Luffy. Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's hard to compete with the Lucci fight because they never lost like the story aspect of it. Like there was still that. That's the funny thing is because like even though the animation is better, obviously in the Katakuri fight because it's it's more detailed, it's newer. Uh, like the story wise, you're still feeling the suspense in the Lucci fight because it was paced much better. So it's like you can't beat that. Like regardless of like how good the animation was in the Snake Man and the Katakuri fight, it's like the story wise. Also story wise, Lucci was like a bigger threat. Like he was actually trying to like he was actually like in their way, whereas like Katakuri is a character who literally like came out of nowhere. And that was my biggest problem with it when I was reading the manga. I'm like, because in the anime they set him up. Actually, there's like a scene. There's a scene with him that where he's introduced as like a villain, but that scene's actually filler because that wasn't actually in the manga, and so he literally just kind of came out of nowhere. And I remember thinking, I'm like, why isn't Luffy like fighting Big Mom? Like, what? Like, why is he fighting just a random son of hers? So yeah, it's like they can't compete with the Lucci fight because it, it, the story was the best. Um, the new Yeah, I don't have the new blender though because the 2.8 doesn't work with my computer because my computer's old. But yeah, here it's amazing. And I think I've been looking at a tutorial. Yeah, the tutorial I've been looking at is a Blender 2.8. It actually looks like literally it looks red like the mesh looks red like ZBrush, which is interesting. But yeah, it looks it's really good. Oh, you can animate your sculpt. That's cool. Oh wow, that's really good. So you can do like claymation. That's dope. So yeah, I think what am I using right now? Yeah, 2.78 is what I'm using right now. Yeah, I can't. And I also can't use it because I render in the Blender render engine, and they don't have that anymore, so can't use that. So I can't use the new one for that too. Um, it's fighting, but yeah, it was. I had this theory in my head, or I had this idea in my head while I was reading, while it was happening in the manga, the whole kick that like I thought it'd be cool if Luffy like fends off Big Mom. Like he can't beat her yet because she's like a Yonko. So like I like that. I love that Oda kept that. That like yeah he's not even close to a match to her yet, which I really liked. But I thought it'd be cool if like the last fight is not a fight, but it's Luffy fending her off, so that it's like, and I thought that would have been new, like that would have been a new kind of fight. Um, since all of the fights have always, they've always been Luffy just beating the bad guy in the end, and I thought it would have been interesting if like I had this whole theory about well, like Luffy's gonna he's gonna stay behind and he's gonna like fight Big Mom off long enough for them all to get away, and that's gonna be the whole fight, and that'll be like a new One Piece fight because Luffy always wins, and this will be like the first time where he loses, and I had this whole thing, but and I thought that would have been better because I think it would have been more climactic, like because it kind of was this big build up of Big Mom, Big Mom, Big Mom, and then it's like, and then then he fights somebody else. And it's like okay, but like we've been building up Big Mom this whole time. But we just met Katakuri, but but Yeah, I mean the way they did it is cool, and yeah, I like how they used Nami. I like how they used I like how they used Jinbei. Jinbei is awesome actually at the end of Whole Cake. I like Sanji's thing. I like you know. Yeah, actually, the last half isn't bad. The more I think about it, every I like all the Straw Hats, like how they're all instrumental. Like that was all cool. Oh, someone's talking about Blender updates. Okay, cool. Oh, I've been using it since 2008 too. That's funny. I was just talking about that. Somebody's like, "You've been using this for 10 years." I'm like, actually 12. Um, and yeah, I agree with. I'm gonna call you a wob. That Blender was easier for me than the others. I think I started out with Lightwave, and it was it, I don't know, it was hard for me to get into it. But I mean, they're all hard though. That's the thing. Uh, like like there, I think when I was starting out, maybe someone else will. Maybe it's the same thing for everybody, but like for me, it was just that like it's hard. It's hard to learn any of it. Like it's hard to just do tutorials for hours and hours and hours. And I think you just there's a certain point where I'm like, okay, I just gotta do it. Like I just gotta not. It's like there's there's no other way for me to do this. And I think it was much easier learning after that because it was like it felt like I was trying to like avoid. I was trying to like know it really fast. Like I just wanted to know it. I just wanted to like make an animated movie already, and so I didn't want to actually like do it or do the work or whatever. And so like all of it is much easier for me when I'm just like, yeah, just be just be bored. Like you're gonna be bored because doing tutorials for a long time is just boring. It just is. And so once I kind of got over that, well, I still have never gotten over that. It's still boring doing tutorials, but but just accepting that is was the easiest way for me because I was just like, yeah, yeah, you can't avoid being bored, like you either be bored or don't do it, and so that's kind of how I learned Blender. Here's Amar. Oh, okay, Amar. Gotcha. The hardest for me was there was oh wow, there's no tutorials. Wow, more for graphics, right? Oh wow, Ray Dream. I've heard of that. I think. Oh wait, hold up. Alright, sorry about that. Um, Imagine learning without. I mean, I would have never been able to learn videos without tutorials. I still learn stuff from the thing I'm doing right now. I think it's called Dino Topo or Topography or whatever. Dine Topography. I just learned like a couple months ago. Like I was making a dragon uh, thing for this other project, which I won't talk about. But and I just learned that. Like I just learned, how to actually sculpt like recently, and I never would have figured that out. That's crazy. That's that's nuts. That's like it's like beyond hard mode. And had blockers. What does blockers mean? Is that like writer's block or whatever? Um. Oh, thanks. Yeah. You think computer can be slow now? Try to 30 on it. That's funny. Oh my god, I can't even imagine. My computer. Oh my god, doing the first episode of this was, man. There was, oh, and the second episode too. There's like the first episode having to do ray tracing during like the race scenes because all the trees like some shots like killed my computer, like to the point where I just can't. I could barely do anything for days, like while I was rendering. Like, it was like that bad sometimes. Where I'm just like, oh, I just can't. I can't watch a movie. I can't barely go online. Can't really even have Google Chrome open for like the rest of the day because I had to render this thing. So yeah, episode 2, I just remember being really hot while doing it because I was doing it in the summer and like my computer is hot. Like, computer's hot right now. Luckily, it hasn't been that hot here yet, but my computer is basically like a heater when I'm doing this kind of stuff, especially like now when streaming and stuff like that, and working on like really detailed scenes. It gets super hot, so like I'm basically like sitting on like or just next to like an oven in the summer, and that's what like episode 2 was last year. That's what it was basically like for like 2 months. Oh, I had issues with software working. Oh wow. I was using Animation Master back in the day. Interesting. Oh, blockers are excuses. Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it happens to everybody. I've been. It's funny because as much as people and people are very nice to like compliment me on the show and that I've been able to finish it. Like, there's plenty of times where I procrastinate, where I just straight up I'm like, I just don't want to do this today. Or I want to do it, but like I just don't feel like it, or I'm just tired. And that's actually been happening to me for the past few days with episode 3. Um, and yeah, it's tough. And it's cool, but also kind of it's always kind of interesting for me because I'll have days like that, like I've been having the last couple of days, and then like in episode 3, if if hopefully when episode 3 comes out, people will be like, oh, good for you for getting it done. And I always think Like I did get it done, but I always also think like, but I just spent like so many days just not doing it because I didn't want to, and and no one has any idea. But yeah, it's it's tough. Especially for like new episodes. We're start for me. Starting the new episodes are the toughest because like I have to create so many things from scratch a lot of the time, especially for this new episode because it's it's a little different than the first two, and especially for the special episode because it literally has nothing. There's nothing that I used in it before. Like everything in the special episode about Zara, it was a flashback, so there's no I couldn't reuse any like models really except for like character models and things like that. But like the sets, everything, like I built all of that from like scratch, or I've used like models that I made before, and I added things to it and stuff. And so it's like things like that to me. The getting off the ground is tough. It is tough. It's like that's for me. That's the hardest part. I always equate it to like if you want to exercise, it's always like getting up that morning. It's like the that that the transition from like I'm just comfortable right here in my bed and I can just sit here all day if I want to, versus like okay now I have to get up and go outside and I have to run and I have to get exhausted and everything. And it's like but like I always equated that because that's like getting up is kind of the hardest part for me. It's like getting that because like once I've like already done it and I'm like there like for me if we're talking about like running, once I'm like, oh okay, I'm on the sidewalk. I got out of bed. I'm out of the house, and I'm walking now. And for me, like that transition is the hardest part. It's kind of the same thing with art for me. It's like that, like this for me, like doing this live stream and everything, like going from like thinking about this character and for a long time and being like, oh my god, I'm gonna have to create this character from scratch or blah blah blah. Like that that period of getting from there to here was the hardest part. Now it's like okay now I have something solid. I have something physical now. I can just keep building off of this until it turns into the thing that I want. Or like when you're running or something, when you're exercising, it's okay, well now I'm here, I'm at the gym already. Like now I just have to and once you've got the first like sweat up, you're like okay well it's not a big deal anymore. And so yeah, I always try to like for me that's it's usually like it takes so long for me to like get from that transition period. Then once I'm there, I'm like, okay, now I can just work. And now it's like the cat's out of the bag already, if that makes sense. Took me 20 years, yeah. Wow, I was always doing this as a hobby. Yeah, I mean, there's no, it's better. There's no amount of time. Like you could do it now. It's there's no in that 20 years, that you wanted to do it and didn't. That'll fuel you now. Now you'll be like, well, I already have that 20 years now. Like I have that. I have all that time where I wanted to do it. Now I can, now it's like a lot of people. I think I think the tough periods will always kind of like motivate you. For me, that's how it is. It's always like that stuff that kind of motivates me. It's kind of like it kind of goes like for me it's like okay well I know that I spent like even now it's like doing this it's like okay well I spent a couple days just procrastinating and not feeling up to it or whatever. Now that's gonna be like okay that's gonna make me go work longer because I'm like well like now I have to make up for that time or now that I learned a lot during that time and I had a lot of time to think and I don't know that's how I look at it. I don't know if any of this is making sense. His face is so pointy. Oh man, this is This is this ear looks okay though. I mean, this looks all right, but everything else still needs work. Did some pro-related work. Oh, interesting. What pro-related work did you do? If I would have forced to get things done faster. Interesting. But yeah, I mean, it's never too late. I mean, I had a smaller version of that in, I think, 2018. I spent like half of that year going like maybe I want to do like just not really wanting to ever do like a movie or a series or anything ever again, because after I did Dead Star, I felt like, or that was my previous project, I just felt like I don't even know if I felt creatively fulfilled, but like the only thing missing was that like it wasn't successful, and so I felt like, well, do I even like who even cares about like, success or any of that stuff? And like I look back on, Dead Star, and I feel proud of it, and so I felt like, well, I mean, like, do I even want to do like another animated thing? Like, I already feel like I was fulfilled then, and so I felt like the only reason I would do another one is to like, prove something to like somebody else or something. And but yeah, so I spent like a long time just going like, yeah, I don't know if I even want to do this anymore, or am I gonna do this just to like prove something to like to prove to other people I can do it, because I felt like I could already do it, because I felt like, like a lot of Diver and a lot of the ideas were in my notes, so it's like, well, I already wrote the scene that I think is good. Why do I need to animate it and make it for somebody else? And so and for me, like a lot of that time of like doing nothing and just feeling like, oh, should I or shouldn't I, shouldn't I, a lot of that kind of like made me work harder when I actually started it, because it made me feel like it's like, well, you're like, you know what you're gonna do. You're just gonna like sit around complaining if you're not making a movie. You're just gonna sit around complaining. And so you could either, think about all this while you're making a movie and having fun doing that, or you could, uh, just sit around and complain and then have nothing to show for it afterward, which is what I spent like a long time doing that year. So for me, it kind of like, I feel like it fuels, or it makes me uh, sort of just like uh, just bite the bullet, when I'm not feeling up to it or something, or it makes you just feel like, okay, well, you can feel unsure, like, and having done, the work already, or you can feel unsure about what you're doing and then have nothing to show, and it's like, which would you rather do? Uh, and yeah, I don't know. Farewell. Yeah, I think the ear's good. Is it good? Yeah, I think it's alright. I was looking at a reference, so I think it's good for now. It's funny because the ear is the only thing that's like pretty much done. Everything else is still a work in progress. What's that the way? Just stuff I did. Oh, okay, stuff I did. Product design, or collaboration work. Oh, cool. That's still cool though. I mean, you've improved a lot. Yeah, but that's the thing. Uh, that's the thing, is people say that I've, improved, but like at the end of Dead Star, I feel like, I was still like, I don't know if this makes sense, but the way I felt is, and the way I still kind of feel, is that like I was already the same anime that I am now, kind of at the end of Dead Star. Like, when I was done that, when I was finished, not done, I didn't finish the story really, but like when I kind of decided to leave that, I felt like myself. I felt I I already, I already had the sensibility to make something that's like the way Diver is, which I, believe to be, pretty good, like a good show. Like I already felt like I was already that. I just didn't like I just didn't show anybody, you know what I mean? And so it's like I just it was all in writing, and like things like the first shot being all in one shot, and things like like it so it felt like, oh, I'm like, if I'm gonna do the series, it felt a lot like I'm just trying to prove, to somebody else that that I am what I already know that I am, which I improved and all that stuff. And so that's a lot of what I was thinking about before I started before I started to actually work on Diver, before I decided that I was actually gonna do Diver like completely. So I just kept thinking about it's like, well, you don't need to prove to anybody that you improved or whatever. But my desire to actually just want to make, a new film and stuff like that just superseded all those feelings of caring about, what anyone else thought really. And so I just felt like, well, like, I don't know. like I want to make a movie, so let's just do it. And yeah. The year is like and that's SpongeBob episode. Which SpongeBob? I've seen. Is this a newer one? Because I've seen all the old ones. I don't remember. I don't remember. The old SpongeBob, that was amazing. Like everything, like the movie and everything before that, like the first movie with I think the Goober, that song, that movie and everything like before that is amazing. Greatest show of all time. One of the best shows ever. Everything after that, I don't really remember, and I kind of fell off about SpongeBob. But like the Krabby Patty, like Squidward finding out he loves Krabby Patties, and and so many episodes like SpongeBob and like the bus stop, and so many like classic, amazing episodes. Also one of the influences for episode two, the scene in the audience, or the scene with the interview scenes, SpongeBob was actually a big reference in terms of like the extras like who were yelling in the background. Like I remember the extras in SpongeBob were so funny when I was a kid. Like like the guy who would always yell "my leg." Like that was so funny as a kid, and that was a big reference for me in terms of like, hopefully, in terms of like the random things that like people were yelling. Like that was a big influence. So I was like, I wanna sneak in just random like stupid funny lines, and that, like, this one line in that probably nobody hears, but I guess if you rewatch the episode and turn the volume up, you could probably hear it, because I edited the sound in a way that you should be able to hear it if you have headphones. But in episode 2 of Diver, there's a line that I wrote, which is definitely inspired by SpongeBob, with the extras that yell, where where somebody's like, I quit my job to be here, woohoo, and then like the interview continues on, then he goes, was that a mistake? And then it just it like, I wrote that. I was very proud of myself because it made me laugh a lot. But it was meant to be like a line that, like, you know, hopefully goes under the radar, unless you're watching with headphones and you could hear it. But yeah, it's one of my it's one of my favorite lines. Might be my favorite line of Diver so far. And I have a lot of favorite lines because that's all I do is just write my favorite lines and then I put it in. When you had the essay, oh right, oh right. Wait, the essay was that like was that for like Mrs. Puff's class, like the driving school? Oh no, wasn't that like wasn't Squidward the teacher or something? Oh god, I don't remember. I forget. But yeah, I remember that episode. Also, that episode super relatable. Literally, I've been there, like when I was in school. I'm like, I don't know what else to write. And then the clock just, like, an hour goes by, and then you're like, what? But wait, I'm not done. It was kind of crazy, and that, like, a show like that, like, even, I mean, they even changed the way SpongeBob used to be, but, like, it's really sad that the creator actually passed away recently, but, it's kind of crazy how, like, a show like that will never get made now, or it'll never have, like the simplicity of like shows back there was so there was so much fun, and just like this episode is just, you know, SpongeBob like writing an essay, and it's just hilarious, like just it's almost like an homage to like old like Looney Tunes and stuff, when like an episode was just about, like, you know, something mundane, and then they you know, make it hilarious. I feel like, you know, that could never get made now, because as again it would be on like Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon would, like, you know, I feel like they don't, they would mess it up in some kind of way, or make it, you know, make it too much of a toy advert or something. Maybe I should trash talk Nickelodeon. Like, what if like tomorrow they email me like, hey, can we have Diver? It's like, well, wait, nah, I don't think I don't think I would say yes to that, to be honest. Don't, this isn't on record or anything, but I don't think so. Oh yeah, yeah, it was him trying to get his license, right? Yeah, it was Mrs. Pop. I thought it was. I think, didn't Squidward have a class once where he was the teacher and SpongeBob was the? I don't remember. Okay, this. Let me finish this. All right, hang on. I get a dog's barking again. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, Nickelodeon contacts you, and then they're like, "Hey, we're just checking out your channel, and actually, we're about to watch your latest live stream." Like, wait, no, no, no. I'm like, wait, but before you do, I get the mailer like this email address. When I reply, it's like this email address does not exist. I'm like, wait, but I don't know. No, no, I don't know. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know that if Nickelodeon came knocking at my door, I would, I would. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'd rather take my chances, to be honest. I have nothing against like them. I just don't feel like that would be the right place for this kind of show. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I do. I just don't like their channel. I mean, I just why lie? I mean, sorry if you know some secret Nickelodeon agent is watching this, but it's just that's just how I feel. A show like Tyra belongs on Tsunami. Yeah, I mean, Cartoon Network too. I mean, I'd like to. I feel like like I don't have any of these options available, so I could say openly that like if I had the choice, like I'd like to see. I mean, depending on like what their pitch would be, like if I got the sense that like they would actually you know uh, make it a good show, not turn it into like some product that's just meant to be sold to kids or else it gets canceled or something. Like if I got the sense that like okay, the producers even if it was Nickelodeon, because like they produced Avatar, even though that's the only show that they produced that I really liked, and Legend of Korra. But even if even if it was Nickelodeon, there's a producer that's like we're actually gonna go with your vision. We're gonna listen to you, and we're gonna like listen to your notes and all these things and and pay attention to the characters. Blah blah blah. I would definitely consider it. But if not, I don't know. Okay, hang on. Alright, now you guys are getting a taste of little what it's like trying to work while I'm taking care of the dog. Where he's just like. It only happens when he's like super hyper. Half the time he's alright. But yeah, I don't know about Toonami. That'd be like a lifelong dream, but I don't see that happening. I mean, I don't know, cause like Toonami is like, they're not like a production company, so it's like it depend on like it'd have to be like an actual show first, so it'd have to be picked up somewhere first, and then Toonami would air it. But let's see, what time is it? Alright, guys. Looks like it's been about almost 5 hours, and it's made some progress here. This is gonna turn to a woman eventually. Maybe maybe I'll just only do this on stream. I don't know. I was about to say maybe I'll do it on my own, but maybe this will be just like on stream, you know, live project, just so you guys can see it from scratch to finish. So yeah, so I guess I'll finish it on another live stream, and hopefully I want to take like 10 breaks in between. But yeah, I got a lot done, which I mean, if I was more focused, I probably would have gotten more done. But that's fine. That's part of doing live streams, I guess. You know, chat and all that. So yeah, I think for episode 3, I'm gonna try to do some more live streams, and I think I'm gonna be doing like some extra content stuff. I'm not sure. I don't know. Trying to make content that's good for viewers, also good for people who don't know anything about the show too, so they can maybe get into it. So I don't know. Awesome. Oh yeah, good talking to you as well. Yeah, it's always fun talking to you guys. It's always fun talking about One Piece and Star Wars as well, and talking about how the show got started and all that. But yeah, I think I'm gonna try. I have to make this character pretty soon, so I guess I'll probably do another live stream soon. But I'll do other work that I don't want to do on stream in between that, because there's some spoilery stuff I don't want you guys to see before the episode comes out. So I'll do all that stuff off stream and all that. But yeah, I'll try to do more. As you can see, it is tough to have a silent afternoon, but which living situations changed since I was last doing live streams last year. So yeah, it's a little more complicated now, but I'll see what I can do. Either way, thanks everybody for watching, and I should be doing another one sometime this week. Another one